Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? I think I made it better. I don't know if it's fixed, but I made it way better. Oh, I can get rid of this little subpass fest thing. Boop, gone. Doesn't that look better? I feel like that looks better. I feel like that looks how the game looks. And here's the interesting part. Now, my actual monitor looks too bright. My actual, when I see it, not dark enough. Which is funny. Because I think I corrected how it looked to me in the past in here. And so I have to just backtrack that. I just have to go back on whatever it was I did here. Was it just brightness? This shouldn't change what you see. No, this also changes what you see. Okay, so it wasn't here. It might have been on my monitor. Hang on, it might have been my monitor settings. I might have done it on the actual screen itself. Hang on. That looks a bit better. That looks a bit better. Right as I was typing it. Hey. Is all fixed. Except it's not though. How many times have you done the campaign this week? Oh, a lot. I'll probably do it some more too. I don't know how to do the thing I'm looking for here, so I won't worry about it. Sure, it'll be fine. Oops. I accidentally turned a crosshair on my monitor. Now I have a crosshair in the middle of my monitor. What do I do with the buttons here? Right, there it is. It's gone. There's a button on my monitor that puts a crosshair in the middle of the screen. That feels like cheating. Is that not cheating?
So,
like, that feels like cheating, right?
fare you well.
Like, not for PoE, but like for other games. Is that not fucking cheating? It feels like cheating.
You were born with quickness of body and sharpness of mind. How have you paid for these gifts? With innocent blood.
That's exactly what it is,
Predator
and it
flesh.
sells.
The business of butchery.
What?
You've stolen many a life to fill your purse.
Get your magic find characters ready.
That's why monitors at competitive scenes are all the same ones and none of them have that shit.
Why would you want to cheat? Madiki, thank you for the 57-month resub. Why would people want to cheat? If you cheat and you beat other people, you didn't actually beat other people. In fact, you lost. In fact, you were the worst person on the lobby. The person in last place did better than you. Oh, I accidentally turned my monitor off. Hang on. That's the wrong button. There we go. I just meant to open the thing up again. Ew. That's the worst. Oh. It's got a bunch of automatic modes I'm just looking at. Oh, that one looks really cool. Macros. To do spray control with you? Wait, like recoil? What is your current output? It's still a smidgen darker. What is your current output? Oh, that's a lot closer than I was though. That's so much closer than I was. That's actually so much closer than I was. Okay. Well, I think that I can fix that by doing this. Yeah. Accidentally. How many games lack crosshairs? Tons of games don't have crosshairs at certain points. Right? Like you're not supposed, yeah, like hip firing sniper rifles is sort of supposed to be blind because you're skipping the downside of it, which is supposed to be like a long time to aim or whatever. right. I think this is as good as I'm going to get it, at least today. That's certainly a lot closer than it was. I'm like way happier now. It's now close enough that I think a lot of people wouldn't even notice. Whereas how it looked the last few days since installing that new capture card, that was bad. But now I think it looks okay. Any tabs that are empty, completely empty, do not get transferred to standard. He was caught cheating at a LAN party, and when he got tried, he tried to delete the file in front of all of the judges. That's something. That's a thing you could do. How do you get away with that? How do you think you're gonna get away with that? How does somebody do that and think, oh, right in front of the judges, I'll just delete this thing? How is that a thing people think is gonna work? Here's the thing. If you want to cheat, go ahead. Do whatever you're going to do. But at the very least, when you get caught, just own it. Just own it. Just be like, ah, yep, you got me. My bad. Sorry. Like, just do that. Imagine having the balls to cheat at a LAN event. Right? Okay. We're still gonna go.
Is it possible to murder someone
Back at the
who's
back of the
already
race.
dead?
I don't know what any of that means. Did I do the teaser? There was a teaser? There was a teaser today? I feel like we haven't had any fucking teasers at all. Alright. Let's have a look. I'm fucking desperate for information. I'm desperate. I feel like I'm dying out here. I'm dying of thirst. When we get to town, we'll have a look. When it comes out that Ben's actually an AI, the PoE community is gonna lose their shit.
It's nice not being dead yet.
You finally got the big one.
Okay. There are several small quality life improvements coming to Path of Exile Affliction. One of these improvements is the ability to split currency stacks while trading. Oh, yo, we're getting basic functionality from 10 years ago? Huge. Ah, fantastic. What was the name of those fucking gloves? Excuse me. They're not Dangyo gloves. What the fuck is that? Is that an MTX or is that a new flask? Man, if that's a flask MTX for Christmas, I'm going to be real mad if that's not a new flask. If that's not a new flask, if that's a flask MTX for Christmas, I'm going to be mad and impressed by whoever snuck that in. Anything else here that I don't notice? Yeah, none of those are new skills. Those are all skills I've used before. Okay. Well, the ability to split stuff with the trade window open is something every other game has been able to do for a decade. So, I mean, I'm happy we're getting it, but I'm not impressed. I'm real fucking interested in whatever the hell that is. I'm real fucking interested in whatever... This is a nothing. This is a misdirect. This is the teaser. This is the teaser. Now I want to start a Pathfinder. I don't know anything about it. It might be an MTX, and I want to start a Pathfinder. It could be nothing. It could be nothing. But what if it's really good and I'm not a Pathfinder? What if it's really good and I'm not a Pathfinder? Also, a little bit disappointed that these aren't Dangyo gloves just snuck in there. Like, they should be Dangyo fishnet scales or whatever. They just should be. Damn, what's that flask? Oh yeah, I noticed this earlier. Everybody who updated to Windows 11, you know, you can just full screen stuff like normal. But everyone like noticed this thing that was like really cool, right? Where you could like, when you go to maximize shit, if you just drop back down a bit, you can like position stuff. You can be like, oh, actually, I want this window like right here in this corner, and then it lets you like pick other things that like, it's cool. What I didn't know is if you hover your mouse over here and you just wait a minute, when it's not already maximized, it pops the thing up. You just wait a second. So you can be like, oh, I want to maximize. Actually, I don't. I want it to be there, actually. Thanks. I thought that was pretty cool.
I saw what you'd Lion Eyes watch isn't. Take care.
Oh, there's an island.
Fine work.
Okay. So this is the thing I'm supposed to be running. Right? I'm just supposed to be running this. It's just how it is.
Stay sharp out there.
Hello. Take care.
I don't see how this works. I don't see how this is good. It's just, it feels like such a
The
bad
furnace
skill.
down at the slaughterhouse. Yes, that's what this place smells like.
Maybe it's not.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
While they're changing stuff with the trade open, I'd like to be able to equip something in a trade window. Why? What's the reason for that? Edward? Why, thank you.
Time to burn! Die! Die!
Hey, get out of it.
Die!
So with this setup, when you do Stormblast Mine, it's like real important that you get Orb of Storms, like on your first drop back, right? Like it's real important to have Orb of Storms. My understanding is it's most of your single target.
I'm impressed by how much this place wants me dead.
It's the area. It's so bad. It's like not a projectile and not really an area skill either. I think that's the bit that throws me the most. Does it look similar to the Soul Ripper? It could be nothing. It could be an MTX. It could be an MTX, or it could be a new flask. It could be a new pog as fuck flask. Dang, your gloves. They're just not double fractured. Yeah, but they're not the Dangyo gloves. They're not the Dangyo gloves, though. They're close. I'm gonna be. That is a joke that almost nobody would have gotten anyway. Like, yeah, I would have, you would have, a few people would have for sure.
Die!
But how many people really would even make the Dangyo connection? Really? Like, how many people really? You're the only one who pointed out that they're not fully correct. See? It's not that important. So little people noticed. Also, why do I remember that? Of all the things that my brain could remember, why is that the thing? What is going on? That's exactly the sort of thing you'd remember, but why? It shouldn't be. You can poison with mines? Sure. You can poison with anything. Double fractured in the tutorial image. I thought the original was a tutorial
I'd
image.
almost stop believing in miracles.
It's not even a good meme. I don't know why I remember it. It's like a thing from fucking, was it Sentinel? I don't remember. It could be. If Blakey says it was Sentinel, then it was Sentinel. I don't fucking remember. It's just a thing that happened.
God hasn't abandoned us.
So,
How else would you have gotten double fractured? Good point. Good point. Great point, actually. Literally, there isn't another way.
If you're willing.
And there has never been another way. That's actually the only possible
Stay sharp.
explanation, period.
Yes? Farewell.
Oh, was it before the Sentinel? Was there an older version even before Sentinel?
with every death I live a little bit more.
Right, so Sentinel was just another version of that meme, but fractured because it was Sentinel, but the same Dangyo gloves. Right. All right.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Play dead. Good doggy.
Okay, this does seem like a lot more damage. Oh, except when you get frozen. You can still just get frozen to death. I fucking hate that. I hate it so much. So am I supposed to use Stormblast Mine all the way up to Pyroclast Mines then? Sounds horrendous. They just don't have any fucking area, man. Like... They feel like they hit half the area of explosive trap. They do give me a lot more damage if I pair them with the Orb of Storms. But it's certainly a lot more damage that I have to aim a lot more precisely as well. RF training? Wait, who's doing RF training? Oh, Kanduin. On the Chieftain. Nice. I was not using Onslaught with Frostbomb. Oh wait, right? You're gonna have to be more specific. Bacon Sweats, which is a fucking fantastic name. You're gonna have to be more specific. What filter preset are you trying to use? Because the short answer is no, all the default filters are there, but you're clearly experiencing an error. So you're doing something that we're not supposed to do. So I'm going to need more specifics. Oh, aha. The Baylor stream sounds are for streaming. They are specifically for streaming. They are not to be added to your filters. I specifically use different sounds, although I'm not currently right this second.
Low on mana.
But I specifically use different sounds while streaming, so that when I get pog drops and they make noises, they make different noises on stream to what you would normally see, so that you don't get jebaited thinking that you got a divine drop or whatever when it was really me. So yes, there would be specific files for that. No, I do not provide them. They're not the things that they're the things that are just for me.
What?
Hello.
Maybe I should rename that one like personal sound pack or something. What would lead people to not try and download that when they don't know any better and they're just trying to add my modules into their filters? What would be a name for that that would not
Goodbye.
encourage people to download?
You managed? I've traveled inland on the Emperor's Road. Farewell.
What if I named the sound stuff that I use outdated or broken sounds or test module or something like that? Like something that would be like, oh, I don't want the test module, never mind. What if I named it something like that?
Mm-hmm. God hasn't abandoned us.
Many people just said something like that. I was literally broken. Ooh, Maddocky might have some good ideas. Where's my notepad? Hang on. So I'm redoing all of my filters for this league. All of them. I'm redoing them all into modules so people can like use different parts of it if they want, but I'm still going to provide filters like I normally do. Right? But I'm going to have 4 levels, better descriptions and better names, because what I discovered earlier is that right, hang on. This is what I discovered earlier once I cleaned everything up. This is worth knowing. I think this is my fault. I think it's my fault because of the names. So the way my filters work is there were 3 strictnesses of filter. League start, which you should only have used while leveling and maybe for your first like 3 or 4 maps. And that was it. Right? And then there was general mapping, which was intended to only be used to progress your atlas from getting first to maps to red maps, right? Earliest you should change that is when you first get to reds. Latest you should change is when you get 2 watchstones. And then the 3rd strictness, which was called strict. And that's what everyone should have been on from the moment they either somewhere in that window of just getting the red maps to getting your watchstones. Somewhere in that window, you should spend all your time on strict. That's the go-to filter. That's the one that's proper use for endgame. Great. Here's the problem. I have 4,700 followers on the league start filter, 4,600 followers on the general, and 37 on the strict, which means there's 1,000 people that are not even going up to the correct filter. And I think that that's a naming problem. And then I need to rename them because that's not right. That's, if you get stuck using this filter, it's not good. This is like a progression filter with way more showing than you should have. Like, this is for earlier progression stuff. You need to be moving up to this one. So first, I'm going to put descriptions with them, right? I'm keeping Giga Chad fuck off as a filter because that's the one that most people should never use. That's gonna hide fucking everything. You're gonna have a miserable time unless you're doing like degenerate magic find shit. That's a separate thing, right? So I've still got 3 filters to name. So I'm going to put in the descriptions because I'll still put in the descriptions and some people will read them. But I really need to figure out how to rename them to make it understandable, like directly from the name. So I'm also redoing how they function a little bit, because there's no reason to have an early progression filter and a league start filter, because I made those differences way back in the day when we didn't have as many options as we do now. I can combine those. I can have things work differently in the campaign and in maps. So there's no reason to have 2 separate filters for that anymore. So I've got one that should cover league start to red maps. And then one where you should do red maps to Atlas completion, but it doesn't need to be completely completed, just to like, I'm solidly in tier 16s. I've done my 2 watchstones, that level. And then the filter that you should be in forever for the rest of the league after that. So this probably shouldn't even be Atlas completion. This should be like red maps to 2 watchstones maybe. I could name that like after 2 watchstones, but that's such a shitty name for a filter. What filter do you use? Oh, I use the after 2 watchstones filter. Like that's a description. It's not a name. But also the way I was doing it obviously isn't working for about a quarter of people. About a quarter of the people that follow my filters were doing it wrong. Oh, they'll definitely be in videos. There'll definitely be videos. There's two videos coming. One going over my filters, who they're for, how they're structured, and why you should use them. And then a separate one going over all my individual modules, how you would implement them into your own filters, and how you would make your own modules so that you could apply them to any filter you wanted. Spent an entire day yesterday making modules for literally everything. You've been around a while. You may know filters are a little passion of mine. Fucking love filters. And as was pointed out yesterday, when we spent like most of the day working on the filters, we have many times a league had people pop in for like the first time ever and just be like, yo, thanks for the filters. They've been fantastic. I've been using your filters for a while. Here's like a sub or 5 gifted subs or like all sorts of shit. And then they just leave. Like they're not even people who hang around in Twitch or whatever. They just show up to be like, thanks. These filters have been fucking great. See you later. Which is fine. I don't mind that at all.
Theopolis prison's a child's playhouse compared to this. They sure don't make them like they used to.
The tale of Brutus was...
I just thought it's the one because of the filters. Yeah, like I mean, I don't make the filters to get subs, but like, actually, it doesn't. I really should stop saying shit like this. It doesn't make any difference to me in my head as far as like the dopamine goes. It doesn't make any difference if somebody comes and drops a sub and says thank you for the filter, or if somebody just pops in and says, "Hey, I've been using these filters. Thanks a lot. They're really good." Whether there's a monetary value attached to that thanks or not makes no fucking difference at all to my dopamine value in my brain. I just love it when people say thank you and that they use it and that it's good for them. Love it. Love it.
Goodbye.
Show dog. He's running around with the zoomies. I couldn't catch him if I wanted. I need compression gloves for my neck. Do they have that? Not to my knowledge. They've got hands, wrists, legs, ankles, feet, those sort of things. I don't think they have any like neck braces or back braces or anything like that. I think that's a different kind of thing.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Whoever would strangle you. See, it sounds better if instead of strangle you say choke. Just a helpful hint there. Like if the sentence is I could wear the compression gloves and choke you, that sounds suggestive and a little inappropriate. But if the sentence is I could wear the compression gloves and strangle you, that sounds threatening. That doesn't sound that sounds threatening. Right? Like that sounds less like a joke and more like a threat. And also significantly less fun for everybody involved. Compression collar. I'll look into it. Pretty sure it's just called a neck brace. This is not as bad as I remember. This Stormblast mine thing.
I'm so good at this, I scare myself.
I get people to let them distract him. Hey, consent is sexy. It's important that they let you. Inspiring me to do glacial cascade mines. It's been so long since glacial cascade mines have been good. I don't even know if they are good. Like, are they even good anymore? I feel like I haven't seen anyone play glacial cascade mines in like, I want to say 3 or 4 years.
Curious. It moves like a killer, yet reeks of thaumaturgy.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Echoes from these stones. Let me embrace you.
A single target's definitely lower than explosive trap is, but not super much lower. And also I'll be able to take mine nodes. Explosive trap might be a little bit better, like right here, right now, but it's definitely significantly worse later on because I'm not taking any trap nodes at all.
For some,
Just get MTX, so now I'm locked in, ride or die. Well, I'm sorry about your bad league start then.
Farewell. Welcome.
Added fire trap, combustion prolif. I don't think prolif is worth it. I think you'd be better off with just like trap and mine damage or swift.
Stay sharp out there.
Yeah. Dundim, what are we practicing? Well, I want to start Hexblast mines, and I've been trying to figure out like a good way for a Pepega player like me to actually get to Blazing Salvo, which is the first like really good mine. And I've always struggled with the Orb of Storm Stormblast mine thing that everyone uses. For some reason, I don't know, it's like a mental block or something, but for some reason I've always struggled with this, even though all the racers and all the fast people are like, this is the best way to go, do this thing, and then every time I do it, it sucks. So I'm trying to practice it a little bit and see if I can be less shit. But everyone did DD, Magma, Flammable Holy Totem now. I don't think any of those things are available to Shadows. Are they?
Just need a moment.
I'm usually the one making the ghosts. Someone's been busy.
Mervale.
So I don't get access to Holy Flame Totem. I don't think. Nope. I do get Flame Wall. You don't get Rolling Magma. You don't have to have Holy Flame Totem though. When do we start in the group? Yes. Maybe that is the better way than this.
Farewell.
Because like getting, as soon as you get Pyroclast Mine, it feels fucking great. Like Pyroclast Mine for leveling, mwah. Fantastic. Actually fantastic. It's just that getting from there to that setup, that's rough. Explosive Trap worked amazingly well in Act 1. And if I was taking trap nodes, I'd be like, fuck that, I'm gonna level with Explosive Trap because it was really good. But I don't take any trap nodes. And it just gets worse and worse real quick. By the time you're in Act 3, is not good anymore. First reward is Magma Orb. Okay. So the only thing I miss is Holy Flame Totem, which starting in a group, I could have somebody else pick me up if I go that way. Oh, lightning and shock resistant. I was like, why are you still alive? Right, of course. Fucking lightning and shock resistant. One or two Act 10 runs after notes. I mean, I wasn't like explicitly planning for it, but I'm down.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So my single target's pretty good. Single target in this setup's pretty fucking good.
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor,
It pains me greatly to do this.
hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely the same.
Yeah, single target's real good with this setup. That is such a good fucking chest to have in Act 1. I can't use it. I'm using my links. But somebody would put that on. Speaking of using my links. No outbursts on standard behavior? What do you mean?
Fair grade.
If you must take...
I wonder if Icicle Mines is better. We've never tried to use it before. Thing is, it won't proc Orb of Storms. One just get a gem of another carrier.
Yes?
No. That's too long to mule.
You're drinking the wrong water.
Gatorade.
H2O.
Gatorade.
What the fuck am I listening to? That's weird. That's weird.
I gave away my heart on the promise of my life. I gave away my love for nothing.
I mean...
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Trigger left like a regular key. That's a melee attack. Yeah, that's what I was just using. I was just like testing out. I was just like testing out Icicle to see if it's worth using. But like immediately upon putting Icicle in, I'm like, oh, I need Pierce. It looks like it'd be great with Pierce. But I don't want to have to link Pierce on when you're only on a 3 link. So probably just better to stick with. Stormblast. Or the rolling magma stuff. Thing is, I hate the rolling magma stuff so much. hate it so much. Coverage on Icicle would be better if I had Pierce. The damage on Stormblast is way higher.
I'm so cold and lonely. Embrace me. I wait for
Just remind me of the Deadeye. Not as a league start. So the advantage is, even though this is a crit wheel, I can take it like immediately, and I can get the 5% area for each mine detonated recently. And then it could have, you know, 30, 40, 50% area all the time. What the fuck kind of weird question is that? What on earth did I just read? All right, cool. I wasn't sure what to do with that, but decision was made for me. Fantastic. Cheers. Fuck, that's all right. You don't have to defend it. The way it works around here, if you've got a sword, you get to pull the trigger. I don't care. I've told people this a lot. If you get banned by one of my mods and not me, too bad. Might as well have come from me. I'm not undoing it.
This is love's trophy.
Too bad. I don't even look into it. I just go, fair enough. Bye.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh, frozen forever. Soul Blast mine this time. We're trying.
My first dance with a lady of quality. Pity she let herself go like that.
One hour act one terrible. I was screwing around a lot. I'm more interested in how it felt.
Forest. Death has too many damned places to hide in the forest.
And I'm actually the I'm actually the most interested in how it'll feel in this act. There's no path of building needed because I'm just sort of testing the like Act 1 and Act 2 of like how different leveling methods feel for me. I'm not really testing like specific times or like anything like that. The first day, there's a nasty one on top of it. Rip. At least you know it's sharp.
Travel far.
How many times you die? Who cares? Softcore.
I'm a gardener, clearing the weeds so that the crops may grow.
Is everything okay? Is that because you saw Stormblast mine? Yes, yes it is. Look, I'm just testing it, alright? Right now, Act 1 is actually just worse than Explosive Trap. But not by a lot, just by like a little tiny bit.
It is time to hunt.
Just need a moment to catch.
But the problem with Explosive Trap wasn't Act 1. It was fantastic in Act 1. The problem with Explosive Trap is I never take any trap nodes. So over the course of Act 2 and the start of Act 3, it got worse and worse and worse and felt more and more awkward because there's just no nodes that support it in my tree. But I do take a lot of mine nodes. So if I can make the mines good. You play melee next? I can imagine a world where the patch notes lead me to play a melee build. I don't think it's likely. Nah, it's not damage. You give strike skills 50% more damage, I still don't want to play them. You give strike skills 100% increased range. Yeah. Strike range. Or 50% increased strike range and some 50% increased strike range to, or like range to all of the base weapon types. And now I might be trying it. Is there any universe when Black Flame Pathfinder makes sense? Yeah, absolutely. Like 4.5 to 5 years ago. But the answer there is like once upon a time, yes, but not so much anymore.
All that flashy sword swinging when all you need is one good stab.
I have seen warriors exiles.
A beast, beware.
You and
me. OP fuck mines. Every time I've ever tried rolling magma, hated it with a passion. What? Like it's such a terrible, terrible skill. It's awkward and clunky and requires the correct aim, the correct position, the correct mouse placement. It moves so slow that if mobs moved, you have to predict them. Like, I hate everything about it. I think it's potentially one of the worst skills in the entire game, mechanically. It's so fucking AIDS to play. It's so bad. I hate it. I don't see any world where I want to do that. The name of the filter, 2 stone filter. So my first thought was just end game filter.
Line of work, but this is something else.
You can sell to use, but deals twice the damage and everything else. Yes, it absolutely does deal way more damage than everything else. That's why people use it. But I think that is a trap, at least to me and a lot of other people, because you see good people using it properly. And you see them annihilate things. And then you go to use it yourself. And then it doesn't perform that well because you're not that good. That's the experience I have. After the campaign is what most people would assume the end game is. Yeah, see, that's awkward as fuck. I would call that early game. And a lot of people would call that early game. But some people, you're right, some people would call getting to maps endgame. That's why I can't, that was my first instinct, was to call it an endgame filter, but I can't do that because that's not, people's definition of what endgame is different. Beyond because I think it makes more money. Yeah. Okay. This is the bit I was interested in. Well, that's noticeably more area. Honestly, I didn't think I was detonating that many mines. That is noticeably more area. Huh. Is that mastery what fixes?
Going?
My help is yours.
Necklace items. I mean, to be clear, that's the third +1 item I've dropped this run.
Be kind.
It's just the first one was Fizz and the second one was Chaos. +1s drop all the time. They're not rare. It's a little rarer as a single player to get the +1 that's appropriate for you.
Travel far. What?
Ready, Exile? This land.
Play dead. Good doggy.
Feels pretty good.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ooh. Okay. Kind of both of them on, I guess. A little too awkward. Wow, is that guy dead already? Okay. Okay, well, I mean, I want both of them on, but that's not happening. I mean, how much do you need, Clarity? It only costs 3 mana. The problem is using a minder level. The advantage is this is a mine build. And I have that like thing where I really, if I can, I just want to level like I'm gonna be. And I can't use Hexblast because that requires things to work that I'm just not gonna have. Like it just has a requirement that I'm not going to be able to fill. But Hexblast requires a curse on hit something. Delvering, whatever. Just some sort of curse on hit. And either a profane proxy or a blasphemy. One of those two. What any of that is fine. Like the combination there, that's what makes Hexblast mines work really well. Which I'm just not gonna have immediately. You can get pretty early. Dread March is the like go-to option. It's a very common
Did the earth move for you, baby?
mace, axe, something like that. That can give you the curse on hit you need, and then you can just blasphemy a thing in like Act 3 or whatever, and you can start using Hexblast. But if you don't get that, you can stick to Pyroclast mines, which is great anyway, and that'll work fine from Act 3 all the way to maps. Oh, curse there as well. I don't understand the mechanic. So sort of, not really. So basically the mechanic of Hexblast is it does one little single target beam of damage, unless there's already a curse on the mob, in which case it does like 40% more damage and has this huge area explosion as well. So it has a massive AoE if there's already a curse, but it removes the curse from the mob when you do it. So if you've just got a curse on hit, what'll happen is the first time you hit, you'll get this little tiny beam that only affects the mob it hits. In most cases, it'll kill that mob. If it doesn't kill the mob, the curse on hit happens afterwards. Then the next time you hit it, it'll be a big AoE because it's got a curse on it already. Because the hit happens, removes the curse, then applies the curse on hit. So you want dual curses and to have a second curse, either in a blasphemy or in a profane proxy, so that all the mobs you go to attack already have a curse on them. And then when you smack it, that curse gets removed, and then at the next server tick, the blasphemy or profane proxy puts that curse back on anyway. And also your new curse on hit happens. That makes it so that even the initial and every single hit always has a curse on the enemy for it to be a big explosion. If you only have curse on hit, even if an enemy lives, it'll be one piddly hit, then the curse on hit will happen, then one big explosion, then one piddly little hit, then one big explosion, because every second one won't have a curse on it. Make sense? I think you can get Mark of Submission. Interestingly enough, you can't use Mark of Submission and you can't use Hex Touch support. That's where it gets a little bit confusing. And the reason for that is both Mark of Submission works exactly like Hex Touch support, which does not apply to totems, traps, or mines. It only applies to hits that you do as the character. Whereas the Delve mod curse on hit rings, or the Corrupted Gloves, or the Dread Arch Axe, or the things that say curse on hit individually, those all work from mines, traps, and totems as well. So you do not get to use that.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Encrypted gloves until something lands. Nah. We can get a ring literally day one. 5 or 10 people jump into their delve. If 5 people jump into the delve, 3 of you will have 1 node that you can get to in your initial push. And each one of those nodes has about a 50% chance to drop a usable ring. It won't be a good one. It'll just be a ring that has a curse. It probably won't be a good one. The chances of it being good is slim to none, but it'll be a ring. How does it work with 2 rings? Exactly the same as it works with 1 ring. Still requires the first hit to happen to get the dual curses on, and then the second hit removes both curses. But does it? Does it? Or does it only remove 1 curse? I actually don't know.
I need more pockets.
What troubles you?
And it removes the hex with the lowest remaining duration. Into levels in life flask vendor higher ones. These are level 6 life flasks.
Return.
And the only one was an instant flask, which is actually just worse. I'd rather not have an instant flask. That did seem like a weird decision, but it is a decision I made, not an overlooked thing.
Return if you...
I don't like instant flasks.
I gave piety would journey well.
There's no such thing as two with the same duration. If they get put on at exactly the same time, they don't get put on at exactly the same time. They get put on alphabetical order. So the one with the shortest remaining duration will be the first one in alphabetical order. How anyone's supposed to fucking learn that, I don't know. But it's how it works.
Quite there.
I thought you were a fool for farewell.
Damn. Stay sharp out there.
PoE should be taught in school. I can teach it. I'll teach PoE all day. Somebody give me a salary. Excuse me. Can that stop fucking happening?
There's just death and a lot of it.
Professor spot in PoE University. There are very few people that I wouldn't be very happy to go up against in the trial of knowledge
Just need a moment to catch my
thing. Alright, that's some pretty good single target. Oh shit, I didn't even have my that's some pretty good single target. I did have my fucking auras on. I was thinking up against him. I'm saying you couldn't. Oh, I'm saying I could go up against him. I'm saying I could. Not saying it'd be easy. Actually, it feels like it would be a good match. There are some people I just wouldn't go up against. Like I'm not going to sit across the table from fucking Ben and compare who knows more about PoE. That's not happening. I forfeit. Right, I'm not doing it. I forfeit. I give up. Pass. Okay, I've seen way worse oaks.
Now
That's some pretty good damage.
Stick to a knife fight.
Oh my god, it's so much worse. I don't have bear trap. Shouldn't I have bear trap?
Keep your wits about you.
What little help I can offer.
It's like doing the PV quiz night. The con and Cat was on one of the team. I smoked Cat in that game. I want to play more of that game.
Goodbye.
Question, I have an unidentified... I have a question. I have an unidentified Skyforce map at level 78. What map did I run? Skyforce is a global drop. It's just fucking rare as shit. Why is item level 78 important? Because it has to be 16s. How do you get them at 78? I mean, you can chance them from any level. There's a bunch of cards that can give you lower level ones. Coward's Legacy drops higher item level bases the lower level you go, even though the zone level is lower. Like the zone level will be 78 or whatever when you enter it. The ones in the bottom level of that floor, they still drop with the high item level. You still get like 85 and 86 bases there. Even though the zone level is low, the mob level is not. You're still getting tier 16s. If you drop a Skyforce towards the bottom of that, it'll still be high level. Ugh. Works into a base item level drop into zone level requirement. No. I'm pretty sure it isn't. I'm pretty sure it isn't. I'm actually pretty sure that doesn't exist. Mage level requires zone level 75.
Just need a moment.
Does it though? It requires the mob level that drops at level 75 zones. Maybe cards? I'm pretty sure Skyforce. I'm like 90% sure you could get Skyforce lower by having like plus level boxes, or like instead of being in an 83 zone, you could be in like a level 80 zone, but it comes from the boss because it's 82 or 83 or whatever. Like I'm pretty sure for the unique, the zone level, it's not a zone level requirement. I'm not even 100% sure the card is a zone level requirement, but I'm like pretty sure the Skyforce is. Fuck, I'm gonna have to look it up now. I've been talking shit. Am I talking shit? Hang on. Skyforce. Can drop anywhere and can be chanced. Skyforce has a high drop level, 84. Map bosses plus 2 levels, rare mosses are plus 1. Thus the item can drop in tier 15, area 82 or higher. Or in an area level 89 map with a strong box that has specific plus levels. So Skyforce is not locked to tier 16. It's just locked to tier 16 base monsters. You can get it earlier. What? No, that's what I was just saying. Is you don't have to be in a tier 16. You have to be killing mobs that are 83, not in an 83 zone. Which is why I was saying Skyforce that drop, with current restrictions anyway, in Coward's Trial won't be low item level because they will only have come from the lower levels, even though you're in a zone level 70 something. You'll be getting a higher level one from the lower zones because of those mobs. Now, I'm not positive about div cards. See, this says drop level 68, so that's just wrong because it doesn't drop it unless the doctor isn't. Thought the doctor and apothecary were both locked. There we go. Minimum drop level restriction 75. Yeah, they can also drop in lower maps. Just like I said, it doesn't actually have to be a tier 8 map. It just has to be a mob level requirement, not a zone level requirement. That's what I said. So tier 8's for them to drop, but it could drop in a tier 7 or a tier 6, but only from either magic monsters in a tier 7 or the rare and unique in tier 6. That's what I said. Just like to point out, Taylor right on all accounts. Just saying. Practically, this doesn't actually make any difference because there's no way you're fucking trying to farm apothecaries in a tier 7 map, hoping that only the magic mobs dropping. That'd be fucking mental. You'd be stupid. That doesn't make a practical difference. For your practical knowledge, you should just assume that it only drops in tier 8 or higher because that's the only place you should ever stop to try and farm it. But technically, you could get it in lower tiers. It just has to be plus level mobs. I'll have to figure up levels 2. Maybe on a lower map, especially for the boss. Not for things like specifically like apothecary and whatnot, because those are zone restricted as well. But for things like Skyforce, yes, but again, you'd be in. It's about the level of the mob you kill, not about the zone level you're in. So you could be like in a tier 5 map. No, you could be like in a tier like 13 map and then enter an abyss, which would be a tier 14, and then kill the boss there, which would be the equivalent level of a white mob in a tier 16. And then that boss would be able to drop a Skyforce even though you were in a tier 13 map before that. Technically. The chances of that happening are fucking mental. Like, no, it's never happening. It's not a thing. That's not real. That's never ever happening to anyone. but technically it could. Couldn't loot goblins also drop cards at lower levels? Actually, no. Well, yes and no. Yes, but still following the same requirements as a normal rare. So like one of the Nemesis goblins that drop a bunch of cards could, in theory, drop you the Mage Blood card lower than a tier 8 map because it's a rare, it's +2. But only because it's a rare, it's +2, so you'd have to be in at least a tier 6 still. Okay, this is actually kind of OP. What are we trying? Just to get better at leveling? The 2.5 button build. I mean, what's the other option? Rolling Magma and fucking Holy Flame Totem and Flame Wall, which isn't just a 3-button build, but also all 3 buttons have to be positioned correctly and manually and intentionally used. This is like a 2-button build really, because Detonate's just on left click. We don't treat that as a real thing. Listen, I know this is a me problem. And I know no one's challenged it, but it's really, really hard for me to not gloat about being right about that when people, the card drops and things, when people are arguing with me. Like, I really just, I want to gloat about it and I want to rub it in. I'm trying real hard not to, because that's not nice. It's not a good look. It's not what you should do. It doesn't even matter. But like I want to. Like, on the inside, it hurts not to. Hi, Coffee. How's the second week? Are you settling in all right?
You disappeared? The end of love? Nothing like... Exiles.
Probably say as capture card is set up. What? It's set up better now. Look, it works. It now looks like it's supposed to look.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You feel a bit guilty because you don't have access to systems yet? Yeah, that sounds on brand for you. Ridiculous and silly, and you shouldn't, obviously. Unless it's your job to hand out those permissions and you haven't handed them to yourself, in which case you should feel bad and it is your fault. Is it your job to hand out those permissions so that you can access things? I'm betting no. What's coffee doing? Ah, don't test me like that. I already forget. I don't remember what the job was. Look, I remember that she got a job and she was excited about it. She started last week and this is like the second week. And I was checking in to see how it was. There's no need to grill me any further than that. I don't remember the details. I think for me, that's already a pretty good memory. Like I didn't just remember, I even checked in. Like I think I'm killing it out here. Acting like a normie. Dum dum dum. Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam. Not bad.
I like darkness as much as the next assassin, but that was overdoing it.
There's another +1 lightning and lightning damage. Except this time it's a wand.
You have made peace with our land. For now, my
Even remembers the item level, right? It was back in 2017. Ah, yeah, that might have changed. I want to say 2019. Let's find out. Oh, it doesn't tell you when they changed level restrictions. They didn't always have these level restrictions. I don't really remember when they were added. Area level increases by 1 up to +3. Maps are good in yes, of course, go from a 40 exalt item down to 20. And then at some point it became trash people didn't care about anymore. I don't really know / understand when that happened. I know it was like something to do with something. I don't think it was just CI. Was it?
Going. You managed.
I think it was Valpact.
I am not. Goodbye.
I think when they stopped Valpac from working on CI, people now needed regen again. No, what could have been that alone? There's more than that.
Ah, it's so good to be back in the city.
It was for the armor and stun immunity. But people still play CI now. And I never see Skyforce used.
I don't mean to.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Counter trial bosses used to ignore item level when dropping uniques. He now just drops it at uniques at 100. I was thinking about CI for 5 years. Yeah, I loved it. That's true. Who was the craziest nodes before? I don't remember when they put them in. I know they were in for a while, and they weren't even that crazy. It just CI was already so strong they weren't needed. It was like 10, 10, 15 or something like that. It was there for a while. That's the best 4-link you could ever pick up while leveling. That is the best 4-link you could ever get while leveling. What do you mean?
Treat life and death with equal.
That's fucking great. this early in the act too. Oh my god, I know they're low values, but it's got life and chaos res. Life and chaos res. Fucking falling. Let's go.
Yes.
That until maps. I've got scours too. Like later on, I just scour it and throw an essence on or something.
Find characters ready.
Just Ness. With a 4-month resub. And would you though? What item level is it? I mean, it's item level 26. But it's a fucking falling white. I don't mean like at map level. I just mean like later on during the campaign. Get a good res essence or a good life essence for leveling wise. Just throw it on.
What little help
Question, I have 2 instances of Vortex on the ground. Does the damage stack? No. Different cold dot skills will stack. So you could have like Vortex, Cold Snap, Creeping Frost. All of those things, but 2 overlapping vortexes will only deal 1 single instance of damage.
Farewell.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Vortices, not vortexes. Vortices. Multiple instance of vortex. It does sound better. I don't know what the rules are for that, but it does sound better that way. Oh, so plus a new shock removal skill. Oh yeah, I could see that.
Continues to nip at my heels. Bag it and tag it, boys and girls. Hold still, specimen. Enough of this.
Party Bible. Boy.
Greetings.
See, I hate that for an answer. When like Google or some document or some people's like, it's actually fine both ways. Come on, give me an answer though. It's actually fine both ways just feels like such a cop out, doesn't it?
I need... See you.
don't think I need to be doing that right now.
When do you stop picking up wisdom scrolls? Maps. At maps, I stopped picking up individual wisdom scrolls and individual portals because you get enough in stacks plus your other things that sell for them. You don't need to pick them up anymore. But I don't think I've ever gotten 2 maps from the campaign and been like, oh, I've got so many wisdoms. Like that doesn't, that's not a thing. It's like data, its plural is datum. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Datum? That can't be right. And if it is right, I want it changed now. That doesn't sound good at all. The singular is datum. How do you even have a single datum? Like what even constitutes a single point of data? So this is like one like bit? Like what's e.g. the weather today is 27 degrees. I mean, that's 3 points of data. Today is like a date, like it's a time, play. The weather is the thing we're talking about, and 20C is the value of the thing we're talking about on the given day. That's 3 points of data.
Exile, you are a welcome omen. This one is captured. I now will take it.
Oh, man, it's its original message. Yeah. They can't even use something like 23C. Yeah, because that's 23 is the value, and then Celsius is the measurement, and there's 2 points of data there, right? That'd be why I've never heard datum before, because it's like so difficult to have a single point of data of data. Like what almost everything you could think of that has any function at all has to have more. I got another 4 link this early, but it's a 4 blue helmet to go with my 4 white helmet. Son of a bitch.
General Gravicius. Why are you still standing there?
Victoria.
I'm done here. This is just insulting League Start at this point. What this is getting all my good League Start RNG out of the way now, so that when we actually go start a League Start, I'll be in Act 4 struggling on a 3 link and no one will have even found me anything useful to use. That's what's gonna happen. Hey, no, the second fourth link was a normal one, not an all white. Don't even know what to play. I'm so lost. I mean, you don't have to join us in the private league. If you really, really, really want the currency stuff back, you could just go to trade. Just sounds like what we always do. Right?
Just
So like this is an opportunity to do some different shit. Place different problems on ourselves. I'm gonna do it. No, I'm not playing a Deadeye. All right. So here's a different thing. Oh, I think I can help you, Dinks. The patch notes isn't going to help you know what to play. I agree. I don't think the patch notes are going to help you specifically know what to play. However, the league announcement might. Because if the league looks really good, you generally don't involve yourself in the league, especially early, because you know how to make a ton of money without it. And then you get involved in the league later if it's worth your time and other people have figured it out. We don't have profits to worry about anymore. Maybe we should be, you could go with, if it looks fun, you could go with, hey, this new league mechanic, I want to min-max the fuck out of it immediately. If it looks like something that's fun. Because you don't have to worry about profits. That's not normally something that you get to do because you're normally in a trade league. That's the sort of bullshit that we can pull in here. Because we don't have to worry about profit. Want to know what's stalling league set RNG? I dropped a reliquary key, running a soul mantle from it, and a perfect gold rim. Another falling. My God, as red has Trinity League gems. Yep.
Just need a moment.
How long will it be until we have a heat shiver and a yoke? I think a heat shiver will probably drop during the first day. I wouldn't want to guarantee both of those items to anyone until like at least day 3. Is there a shout-out sheet for the private league? Not yet. But very soon, hopefully. Cool. Who gets it first? PvP duels? Nah, I'm gonna make people roll d20s. I got a website for it and everything. How about a rap battle?
Goodbye.
I literally sit here in front of this camera and talk shit all day for a living. I couldn't do a rap battle. Not at all. No way. Ice Spear, Frostwave Totem, possibly switch to Shockwave Totem. I'm not sure how basically how well that'll go. Basically limits me to bossing and Sanctum. Freezing Pulse is a pretty good mapper. It's a decent mapper anyway. I don't know about pretty good, but decent enough. And Shockwave Totem, once you get the ring, is also a pretty good mapper. So I don't think they're too bad. The ring, however, it could be weeks.
Speck of dust or brick out of place. Someone's got too much time on their hands.
Could be weeks before we see one of those rings. We actually literally might not even see one. I think it's quite risky. I think it's quite risky to hope for an ancestral projector in the private league. It's not impossible. It might happen, but I do think it's risky to hope for an ancestral projector. At least out of a league start version. So many fucking 4 links this run. I choose the status Freezing Pulse Ice Spear. Yeah. Those are definitely, you can do Freezing Pulse Ice Spear. I just want you to be prepared to stay Freezing Pulse Ice Spear, right? What skill are we using the map with for this build? Hexblast mines. And question yourself. Ancestral Projector. Is that not its name? Astral Projector? My bad.
What is that? The cockroaches will come again. They want the twist. That cockroach emperor. The other bugs shout. I like a dash. Leave me, not a cockroach.
I was sleepy at 5 p.m. I've been sleepy since I woke up. I don't survive on a good sleep schedule. I survive on caffeine. Did you shower? Yeah, every day. Quite often, twice a day, unfortunately. Here's the Easter egg in the quality of life teaser. The Flask or Flask MTX, don't actually know which one it is. Or the Damn gloves. I noticed the Damn gloves immediately, but the Flask is the more interesting part. Damn gloves are just a funny meme. Good funny meme, great. But did you see the Flask?
The only one who wields death as a weapon, boy. I fought for God.
Another 4-link.
Had I killed you back in Ariath, I'd have been showered in gold. Where's the justice, eh?
What the fuck is that Flask? Yeah, what the fuck is that Flask? Is it a Flask or is it a Flask MTX? I don't know. I don't know. D20 roll. I wonder if there's a chat bot we can make roll D20s. That'd be hilarious. Surely there is, right?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Surely there is. I've never looked for one, but there's definitely gotta be. It could even just be something I can turn on in the stream element, but I already have. Like it's that much of a common thing to think of that it could literally already be a feature in the bot I've already got that I don't even know exists. Hexblast mine again? Yeah. Yeah, this definitely isn't just the equivalent of Temple Run in the background.
Bad leaf drops. Felt just like this place.
I am practicing for Hexblast again. But also... I'm looking at my chatbot right now. See if there are roles. There's a dual option. Raffle, bingo, roulette, alerts. There's a dual option? Huh. I literally just flicked it on. Shats. Except. Rigged. Rigged. I broke my hand. Any ideas for a build farming strat for least out in software? I can use my hand, but I should do it as little as possible. So you've got one good hand, right? Is it your mouse hand that's good? No? Well, then you should play a different video game. You're fucked. Good luck playing with the keyboard. Righteous Fire is basically your only option, to be honest. You can put move on spacebar. You would still have to... You'd still have to move the mouse around, but you'd never have to click it. You could put move on spacebar, and you could put fire trap and shield charge on your keyboard as well. And at least you could play Righteous Fire.
I'd question what I've become if I felt the need. I don't.
Not really. There's just the expect to see in another direction. Oh yeah, perma minion builds are the same idea. You could play like SRS because you don't need to aim. But SRS has a lot more clicking, which would be pressing of your buttons. Hexblast mine eventually, but it'll be possibly Stormblast mine up until Pyroclast, and then we'll change into Pyroclast, and then Hexblast when we get the appropriate gear for it. You can make a command, roll d20, and then use this for the actual command. Do you know the syntax for that? To add that?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So a big difference for that, Garth, will be a disability versus an injury. So like, because you've got like a bad hand all the time, you've adjusted to being able to do that sort of shit. If it's a brand new injury that's only going to be temporary, somebody's going to struggle a lot more, but just only for a short amount of time. So I wouldn't want to give them more complicated things like the Deadeye and whatnot. You want to try and stick to things that can mostly, without having to like rework how your brain maps things for the video game.
It's been a grand experiment, Shadow. Time we saw the results.
Yeah, get shot on, Piety. No one likes you anyway.
Damn you!
I try not to take my work personally, but you, Piety, were a satisfying
It needs to be
exception.
roll d20, not roll 20. Yes. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. Back in 1 sec. Hell yeah, critical miss. I rolled a 1, I rolled a 1. Fuck. both people who want an item roll of 1, we just delete it and no one gets it. I'm not making that a real rule. It's funny though.
Bye.
I can't remember.
You have claimed the most worthy of prey, Makoru. Piety, the mistress of corruption. I'm not saying the war is over, but you've given Rayclast a much-needed respite. Because of you, this land lives to see another dawn. And don't forget that you've done Grigor a justice of some magnitude. He will wish to speak to you.
It's a critical fail. Is this in Stream Elements? That's literally what we're playing with.
Talakoda.
Hello.
You no longer, and I think haven't for like a year or 2. Need to have the bot. It's all just, the bot is just hosted online. You don't need a local program anymore. Got no room.
You are well.
Nice. Okay. Now, what could you put in? Where do you get, when do you get Arcanist brand? That's a good question. When do you get Arcanist brand?
Go with the spirit.
Is it Act 4 or is it Library? It's 38. Fantastic.
Take care.
I just can't imagine Chad's calling himself a bad boy. That fucking sent me. I don't know. It just can't. It just doesn't make. It doesn't track. I can't get it to work in my head.
Just need a moment to catch.
Goddamn damage, eh? Okay. Does this really add that much damage to Pyroclast mines? I've done a few runs with 4-linked Pyroclast mines, and they haven't done that much more damage. Says the effectiveness is only 80%. I guess that's per projectile though.
Whoever built this was desperately compensating for something.
I've decided I don't want to be here anymore. I wonder if they nerf Hexblast. If they do, I'll just go back to Poison SRS. And if they nerf that too, I don't know, fuck me, I guess. Righteous Fire it is, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what else I could play. Explosive Arrow Elementalist? Doesn't sound good. It'll be Pathfinder something and you know it? Yeah. Yeah. Lightning Arrow for sure? No, because the only thing that's for sure is I want to do bossing. Lightning Arrow is not your builder choice to do bossing. Can't tell as many shit, so start something weird. What do you mean? Did you try and please find a seismic trap? I tried it a bunch in parts of building. It just wasn't worth. Wow. I tried to exsanguinate. Pure mappers, or can they look, you can definitely get your first 2 watchstones, and if you're a good player you can get your other 2 watchstones. Like I can do Maven and Uber Elder on my Deadeye. I definitely can't do it in one portal, and I definitely wouldn't want to build that build to farm them, and I'm definitely not doing Ubers. It is definitely a mapping build. It's just capable of like getting watchstones if you have to. The first 2 easy for everyone, and then the second 2 if you're good at the build, sure. And that's it. You're never going Uber bossing, and you would not at all want to or enjoy farming bosses on that build. Not at a league start level anyway. Spirit can do everything in the game. Everything except legions. It's really, really bad at legions.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I don't think there's any reason to play a champion EA Ballista build in softcore. Any reason at all. Well, there's an elementalist version. And it's still got a good amount of defense. It just does like 7 times as much damage in 4 times the area. Yeah, it's not as tanky as the champion, but like... a champion's like a hardcore trick. That's not a... and it's good. It does the hardcore work. It just... I don't see a reason to play that in softcore. What do you think about Ice Shot, Storm Rain, and a Deadeye? Slightly worse than Lightning Arrow and Storm Rain on a Deadeye. One of my mirror charges. Yeah, Palstron's got an EA Elementalist one. Yeah, I do the Elementalist version in softcore.
I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, Exile.
Submit, heretic!
Low on mana.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? Die! This world is an illusion, Exile.
And Valash can melt bosses. Fucking Lightning Arrow can melt bosses.
It's funny, Your Grace.
It doesn't matter, they're the same build. Don't worry about it too much.
I always thought you'd be taller.
Literally the same build. You just swap out the link for Lightning Arrow for the link for Ice Shot. It's the same build.
All this water,
almost
a
there.
single working boat
Nice.
in sight. More walking and killing for me.
Bye bye.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What do you think? What build will be strong in the new league? Wait for patch notes. We get them at the end of this week. I understand wanting to know early, but without the patch notes, there's nothing. Why not start Cold Dog Trickster and then respec later in the Hexblast? That's a lot of regrets. And all I need is a ring that we can pretty much be guaranteed that I get by day 2. It's just not going to take that long. There's just not enough time in the playing Pyroclast mine before Hexblast that I'm worried about making something else. Because it's not solo self-found, it's a private league. So as soon as I get my hands on a profane proxy, which won't take long, and one either influence or delve curse ring, we're good to go. Which is just not that long. I wanna be no bubblegum hard. Might finally try Bone Zone next league. Bone Zone is a very solid option. Not for me, but it's a very good one. Is PoE League start good to start streaming? And new in the business, so not a lot of experience. I don't know how. I don't know. The answer is I don't know. PoE is probably one of the hardest places to start streaming, and on top of that, I don't think I could ever advise anyone to try streaming. It has a horrendous return on your time. Horrendous.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I definitely wouldn't suggest anyone do what I did. Just quit their fucking job and just start streaming with no pre-established audience. I was dumb. You know the worst thing? I don't regret it for a second.
Feather that size,
I'd do it again. But it was dumb, and I wouldn't suggest anyone else do it.
Not all murders are equal.
Probably never committed to such a rough start. Yeah, but I'd like not be living with my parents now. Although there's a chance that I don't need the with my parents at the end of that sentence. So I'm still pretty happy with my choices. Yikes, dark. Yeah.
We opened the gates to you for two. We Marek.
Life notable. Why do you do this? I got fucking 700 life.
You
What do
will
I need
be
another
remembered.
life node for? I'm going for Eldritch Battery. Because mana's starting to become a problem.
Ooh, look at
Swallowed by the darkness, and I seem to be causing it a little indigestion.
this'll do nicely, Exile.
Life nodes aren't even real nodes while you're leveling. So just that life node's actually a strength node, and I'll take it when I need 10 strength.
Another goodbye.
Life leech, last less mana leech versus last less mana on hit. First of all, both of you can do it, but really depends on the build. Like life on hit, mana on hit, when you're doing something like Bone Zone, pretty shit. If you're doing something like Molten Strike, really good. Or Frostblades or Venom Gaia or...
Someone or something is keeping very busy in the bowels of this mountain.
2 life gain on hit aren't going to cover you. Yeah, unless you're in a 6-link tornado shop setup and you've got, you know, 75 instances a point of damage twice a second, so you're looking at 150 instances of damage a second, and you got 2 life gain on hit, and you're recovering 300 life a
Just
second.
need a moment to catch my breath.
Right? Ah, that one's a chance. It's here. 15% chance for 200 life gain on hit. It's okay. I like these 2 nodes in the front better than I like this one. I hate chances. This is 10 life gain on hit. When I'm playing Dead Eyes, I usually take this. I get the 4 on hit and the percent for both real early, and I usually take the 10% instant real early because those are great points. Dizel Main, thank you very much for the raid. I wish I had movement speed. I've been IDing every pair of boots. Excuse me. Never mind. I take it back.
It's always comforting to witness an honest, permanent death.
Mine seemed pretty strong early. That's for sure. More phalanx, eh? This is the run of drowning in phalanx. I'd be handing out phalanx to like everybody. Getting so many.
I do hope these constipated bowels don't find their release while I'm still inside.
Can I wear that? Nope.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
God damn it. How does that keep happening? This is the most annoying part about playing mines. Anytime you move anything or like lose stat requirement for just a second, detonate goes away from left click. It doesn't come back on automatically. It's really annoying. It's really annoying that.
I felt.
I guess I can take that now. Also, left click vortex has the same problem. It's really inconvenient. I'm not even using this full link. Why? But I will.
Deshret has a May fear guide you.
At least it's not the necro bone armor thing when you flash and flame it. Yeah. Yeah, that's annoying.
The general piety. Goodbye, Exile.
Is that fixed? I wasn't even aware it was fixed. For anyone who doesn't know, the bone armor node from Necromancer, or at least it used to. If you flesh and flamed it, it would unequip itself from left click every zone transition. Not every time you like lost a stat requirement or changed something in your build. Literally every map. Every time you zoned, you had to fucking put it back on. If you took it, if you were a Necromancer, it was fine. But if you were Forbidden Flesh and flaming it from a different ascendancy, it would disappear every single zone transition. That was not what you wanted. We could go for that. We'll just go for this stuff now. Immediately. Give me the charges.
The weary traveler draws close to the end. Slumber should never be awoken. You are inexhaustible. Enjoy the reprisal. Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Pickles one open this rest. I have a decision in what I'm gonna play. No, I don't want them to nerf anything actually. I want to see 3 pages of buffs to shit that has been trashed recently. I want to see like multiple pages of buffs. I want to be drowned in options and not know what I want to do. I want all the skills that are currently bad to just be like, oh my god, this should be really good now. Oh my god, this should be really good now. Oh my god, what am I gonna play?
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes.
There's no need for nerfs.
To emperor
So we don't need any. Don't need a single nerf. We just need a lot of. We just need a lot of new stuff.
Violence is delicate. You were born for this. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
Anything annoys me every league. I'm going to reset up my map tab because they change every league. Reset your map tab. What do you mean? Oh, 5 pages of ruthless changes. Listen, I know it was a nice meme, the ruthless change thing, but that was just like a stupid PR thing that happened. There was actually like a pretty sizable amount of normal changes to the normal league, that league. The problem wasn't how many ruthless changes happened. The problem was that they put them all on the same page in the same document, and the ruthless changes took up more room than the normal changes instead of separating them. So it really looked bad. That was a PR problem. Somebody made a silly decision. We didn't even put his maps to drop in. It always moves. Have it set up in steps. Okay, mine never moves. Mine never moves. By the way, Baylor, don't forget to make a normal league character first before making a private league guy. Don't tell me. Don't tell me the private league takes from its parent league the current league. But the current league takes its parent league from standard, but if you don't make a normal character first to put your standard stash tabs in, then it takes the blank slate. Is that what you're telling me? That's fucking something we all need to remember. We have to, oh man, that sounds fucking horrible. And there's no going back once you've done that, unless you merge all out of it and go again. Like you completely abandoned your entire everything you've done and start again. There's no other fix.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor,
even if you
must
merge?
keep those
Jesus.
promises. Our throne is the most devious trap of them all. Finish this. You are free. Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are
Is there a reason to play Trickster first and respec later? Is that even really worth? Like, you can get action speed and frenzy charge, which is trap throwing speed.
all deserve.
But 150% increased effect of auras from my mines is insane. And the Pyromaniac node is great. Yeah, I just don't see any reason to do it. I don't see any reason not to just go Sab.
The artist need not be present to make a lasting impression.
Does this affect the tooltip? Adds 2 to 3 fire damage to hit. No, it's not going to affect the tooltip. It's fine though. See, Gohan's still pretty much new. Like he's still at that stage where like making a lot of money on League Start is like really exciting and not something he's done 70 times in the past. At this point, Bill has to invite you to his marriage. Calm down. I can't even meet somebody worth dating. Marriage?
Hello.
There's a difference between those two things. There's a pretty big difference between those two things. I knew what you meant though. They're just being picky. Right? Like the wedding is where you get married. Inviting you into my marriage would make us polyamorous. That's a different thing. It's a fine thing, but it's a different thing. Look at all dance, no romance. most interesting part of the entire game for me. Yeah, that's why I'm saying you're still new. You're still new. That's still like a novel, fun, interesting thing and not a given, which is what it is for us now. It's just something that's always going to happen, which is why we're getting away from it for one league, to experience things differently. Isn't that 2 years ago? Yeah, and 4 years ago, and 6 years ago. We've been doing this for a while. Like, if you do it every league for another 4 years, you'll probably be like, yeah, I could start a private league and like not do any of that stuff. That would be fun, right? Like, I get it. I've been there.
I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered a man.
Just need a moment to catch my
This,
breath.
so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
I've said this before, that you'd never start anything about softcore trade. I have. I've said it many times. In fact, I think I've been saying it for like a few years now. Eventually shit changes. Yo, go fucking find a rare, you stupid ghost. What's your problem? We reworked the AI though. They're smart now. Are they?
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand. An adequate performance challenger, if a little messy. Yet what cool any stinking flock were simply... Welcome to the grand arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first laid eyes upon my true purpose, my Lady Merveille. It is our inspiration that defines us. Die a death worthy of applause, gladiator.
You can pick up traders on TFT. Like reputable good ones. It's where most of the non-content creator groups get their traders. Like, they're usually available for either once-off things or like solid, like, hey, here's 2 weeks worth of whatever. There's one guy I know of trades for 2 separate groups right now, reckons he could do 2 more. And he just does nothing but trading for them for like 2 straight weeks. And then at the end of it, he walks out with like 4 or 5 mirrors. And then he goes and plays his own game from there. Somebody leveling SRS would be real happy with me right now if this was the actual league start. I'm real happy with me right now. Nice ring. Ocean, how God's name is only being at 100. Don't know. Not human.
Fight reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the idea of victory. Is your passion enough to claim a crown?
You mean the same deal, honestly? I'll ask him. I don't like give out other people's stuff, but I'll ask.
To victory!
Ben's not human. You can't compare yourself to what Ben does. None of us do that.
Oh, can you sing one for me too, Mervale? Something upbeat, please.
Something upbeat, please.
Ta-ta, not a cockroach.
He's good and honest. I mean, I've never used him before, but he seems decent.
Just need a moment to catch
The existence of those people on TFT is the only reason that I use a trader myself. If it was something you needed to like find, if it was something you needed to like find yourself, then I'd be like, that's too streamer privilegey, can't do it. But since they're available to literally anyone, you just have to go on TFT and grab them, then I can use one. I trade all my friends for drugs on the internet. Oh shit. Millennia. What items are you giving these traders? I've never used one. Pay so much in the first week. Maybe you should use one as everything. Fucking everything. You better have like a good strat. They don't want to take like all the garbage you've ever created in your life, but depends what you're doing. This is how you work out if it's worth using a trader. Work out how much money you're making per hour, roughly. And then work out how many hours it takes you to sell that amount of stuff. How long you spend on trade, how long you spend pricing things, how long it takes for them all to move, all of that stuff. And if you can give your trader a cut, a good cut, like 20-30% cut, and you still make more money if you just go back into a map and you just hand everything to your trader and they deal with it, you need a trader. You should have a trader in your group. You're actually losing money by trying to sell your own items. Are these mines working while leveling so far? Fantastic, actually. It's not Hexblast, which is the build I want to play, but that you can't start that without certain things. But this seems to work quite well. Looks a campaign best leveling experience I've ever had. I don't know about best, but it's definitely up there. Like, it's fucking annihilating everything. She is a resource. Yeah. 20-25% is a trader who just sells everything you've got. Right? Like, that's, if you're just someone who's going to take everything from you a few times a day and sell and do everything and do just the selling, that's like a 20-25% cut. If you're going to do more than that, you'll also be running live searches and stuff for your 25% cut. They're just there to sell stuff. People who also buy stuff and craft for you and that sort of stuff, they don't get cuts like traders do. They just become part of the group and get an equal share with everybody else. Usually, if the group is big enough, they'll get a double share. Like if there's like 2 of you mapping and a trader, it'll probably be an equal share. But if you've got like a 4 or 5 man party, usually you're like trader and crafter and everything. We'll end up with quite often like a 2-person share because it's a shit job. Do you think they'll ever have better than new trading in PoE 2? I'm on a PS5, so I know nothing about the console trading of PoE. I've actually never even played a single day of console. Like at all. So I know nothing about that. What I do know is that on the PC, PoE's trade system is, in my opinion, the best of any trade system that has existed for any online game I've ever played. That doesn't make it perfect.
Exile?
And there are definitely some changes I would like to make to it. But
you
still
will
the best.
be remembered. Yeah, there's a few changes I would like to make. One is full access to PoE trade in game without alt tabbing. I think would be. I wouldn't use it. I'd prefer the website, but I think putting it in game would make things a lot more accessible for a lot more people. Like that's especially new players. Like I think that's the thing that probably should happen at some point. And the other thing, and the only other thing I would change, is I would like to be able to accept trades while I'm in my map or while I'm in my lab. This does not mean offline, and this does not mean automatically. I actually like that you have to be online. I like you have to interact to do the trade. I think those are good things. I think those are good friction points. I don't think that I should have to leave my map to accept the 3 chaos trade that somebody wants when they're paying what I'm asking for. If somebody's buying something for the price that I've set, I just want a little pop-up saying, hey, this person wants to trade for your asking price. Do you accept or not? Hit accept. And then in my hideout, like Kadiro's there with my money in his inventory waiting for me when I get back. And in that guy's hideout, my item that disappeared from my stash is in his Kadiro, just sitting there waiting. I just picked Kadira at random. Like it could be an NPC, it could be a fucking mailbox, it could be, they could lore-wise make it work. I don't care. None of that matters, right? Like the specifics of that shit doesn't matter. But, you know, just a thing, right?
They all leave me.
I don't want trading offline
I don't want asynchronous trading. I don't want anything to change. I don't want the way we look for items to change. All of that's good. I just don't want to have to like leave my lab or leave my map or whatever. That's all. And if you want to barter with me, we've still got the exact way it's on now. Hey, I'm interested in this item, but I can only pay this much. Okay, well, you're going to have to wait until the end of my map. That's fine.
An amazing creature, this beast.
That is the only change that I would make to Pee-wee's trade, personally. Like if I just got to like click my fingers and have it exactly how I want, that's it. I'd just have it. It'd be in-game and then we'd have the ability to just accept offers like that. Why? There's still a confirmation. I'm not saying it shouldn't be automatic. I don't want it to be automatic. I feel like could have a mirror. What is the real chance have you ever gotten one? Exclamation mark mirror. Long time ago. But yes, I have gotten one.
Do you assassins offer a money-back guarantee, Shadow? Well done, assassin. Another satisfied customer.
Are you liking the flame wall with pyroclast mine? I'm just testing it. It's hard to even tell if it's working. Like I can see it working because I can see the shit coming off. I think when I attach it to Arcanist brand, that's when it'll probably be good. I'm going to attach it and the curse to Arcanist brand and see how that goes. It's kind of annoying to like place it all the time.
I'm working with piety. That sounds even stranger when I say it out loud. Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Dissection time. Beast. You're the greatest form. I never sculpt.
I don't know much about art, but I know what I like.
Grandpa Bella gonna
What do you
grind the
want?
shit out of Pee-wee too. Yeah. Can't wait.
May fear guide you.
Now that I know we're getting a machine gun, I'm even more excited.
See ya.
The barrage support gem? Nah, just the sound of the machine gun going off. And the shotgun. Nobody will be able to convince me that's not the sound of a shotgun and then a machine gun from that teaser yesterday. Just at all. You couldn't convince me. There's 100% a shotgun and then a machine gun. Like without any question at all. Oh, I just got like stunned to death. Whoops. Oh my god. Stop it. Why am I getting stunned so much? No lightning res? Oh, no, any res.
Someone
Okay.
so obsessed with looks,
Fair enough.
That wasn't a pretty death.
I deserve it then, in that case. Are you using Grace for leveling already? Nah. That's defenses. Don't need those. I've just got a Herald and Skitterbot on for now.
Stop mumbling.
You just adapt and move on. I mean, both. It'll throw, if it's the thing, then it'll throw me to begin with, and then I'll just adapt and move on. See my unset ring idea? I didn't. I want to unset ring to X. Look at a prismatic jewel in this. Item sockets do not count towards their jewel limits. Second Watcher's Eye? An extra grand spectrum? There are so many ways that that could break everything. Yo, that looks great.
The moment
I followed your performance, my anti-hero of hubris, and I very much enjoyed it. Now you and I will create the most nightmarish finales together. We're going to make your death really count for something.
now, Exile! Kill me!
What?
Now, Exile!
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Kill me!
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Nightmare is the true Eternal.
Oops.
Mortality. Nightmare. Why are you so in love with death or being selfish?
I feel bad watching this fight because Lightning Arrow can't do this. Sure, but you'd be here 25 minutes earlier, and it's only Act 4. It might take you an extra 3 minutes to get through the fight, so now you're only 22 minutes in front instead of 25 minutes in front. Oh no. What do you mean? Like, it's fine.
You will be remembered. What do you need now? You will be remembered.
Until next time.
It'll just be a lot faster here because you get shield charge and leap slam. Honestly, I should probably use shield charge and leap slam or leap slam, eh? I don't, but I should. Yeah, I've seen that one. I want to play it for Uber bossing, but you can't start that kind of a Pathfinder.
It took hunt well.
Covenant looks sexy on Hexblast also, but the defense we get a lot.
I live.
Covenant's pretty sexy on everything, to be honest. Level 29 added flat is fucking amazing.
Just need a moment to catch my breath. They dead. Good doggy.
Gonna just ask the Mind Assassin to do ZHP stuff. I would argue that's not great group content. That's a solo start. Although you could also argue that if you and your other two people from your group all started solo projects, you'd make significantly more money as a group, which you would. I never wanna leave. Surely Ellie focus better than added lightning? Probably, yeah. Probably, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't even thought to stop and even look at it. Because I'm annihilating everything. You're probably right though. And you'll be significantly more right as soon as I make another wand so that I can, or a shield, so I can like swap over to something that's useful. My weapons are not useful. The main reason I haven't swapped it is because the support that's supposed to be there is charged mind support to speed me up a lot, because you don't actually need more damage. And charged mind is still pretty good damage anyway. But that's a library gem, and I'm just not doing it. Especially for skipping library, I skipped that shit too. Yeah. If there's like, if you're leveling with like a whole group, somebody going to do library is worth it. But like, I don't know, if it's just you. If it's just you, just fucking skip it. You don't need it.
Unlike sometime Tootles.
Oh yeah. I've also even taken the nodes because I wasn't thinking. I should have left them for later because I knew I wasn't going to get charged mine until Act 6. And I even took these. I'm not even generating charges. Turn between solo FPS, Executive Mode Inquisitor, or Icicle Mode Assassin for Sanctum, solo for Affliction. The Icicle Mine Assassin's gonna just be better out of the two mining options. I think they're both really good options. I think the Icicle Mines is better. Play the Executive Mines and it's miles better. Really? Last. Do you think either is better than solo LH? Except all the memes in the solo MF. So that's going to be hard to answer purely because we don't know what they're going to do to Sanctum, if anything, and we don't know how available or how Sanctum tomes will be priced now that everybody knows better. If you can get Sanctum tomes early, the low level ones under 5C and the high level ones later for 20 or less on like day 2 and 3, then you're never going to beat Sanctum.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
But we don't know how they're changing it. Oh, and the chances of them changing it relatively high. So
This is blast to the ass. I'm pretty interested to find out what next season's gonna be. We just don't know enough. I need to know more. I need to know more. Lol.
Thank you. For freedom.
Ha! Talakura.
Greetings. Remember, we do this for freedom.
I would also love Ultimatum, but I would also take robots first. Give me robots, please.
I simply... Tootles.
Freedom comes to those who... Remember, we do this for
Was
freedom.
Ultimatum I did not play that league.
Something.
So if we ignore recombinators were that good. But if we like ignore the recombinator part of it, they were still...
For vengeance.
They were still decently rewarding, but more importantly, some of the most fun gameplay that I've had in recent years.
What do you need now? You will be remembered.
Will do. Come on. Really? Okay, be difficult. Be difficult then. Just want to see if this is even any quicker. Evening, Flexia.
I greet you.
Oh, that's
Goodbye.
right. Act 1 now.
What little help I can offer.
Oh my god, you can't even pick up shield charge. Well, I did all that for nothing.
Hello. Take care.
You can't pick up shield charge until Act 6 in a shadow. A new render date? Yep.
Now, coming starts, and it will not stop. Encouraged by law and run by underground main. I'm not smiling. It makes no sense to live. Oxygen to the brain, but your head is a dead.
What the fudge?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm more proud of it than I should be. He's self-aware. You're practicing mines without knowing patch notes. They probably won't nerf it. I mean, I'm gonna try blazing salvo mines. No. You can get it from library in the wiki. You can get everything from library. I'm not running library.
Hello.
At all.
Freedom comes to those.
Just trying to think of what else I should do here.
What can we do for you? See ya.
Yes?
I can't put combustion in there. I could put wave in there, but I don't even have wave. I could put that in.
Goodbye.
It's not the worst. Did you get wave at Act 2? Maybe? Maybe wave's Act 2. The thing is, I don't know if I care about wave, because the problem with wave is I have to make sure it's a fire high hit. And when leveling, you can't guarantee you're going to have a fire high hit with wave. Because, like, what have my wand got right now? Okay. Right now, I probably have a fire high hit with wave because I'm adding a significant amount more flat fire than I am anything else. But you can't guarantee that. Like, what if that lightning flat rolled a good flat lightning damage on it, and that's the wand I had on? Then I'd be lightning high, and wave of conviction would hurt me. It's sort of the same rules as why I use elemental weakness when I'm leveling, no matter what element I'm using. Because I never know what kind of damage breakdown I'm going to have. It all depends on what gear drops. Sure, I'll eventually be almost all fire. But like, what am I right now? 690 fire, 200. Oh, hang on. 690 fire, 640 lightning, and 88 cold. No conk ground, right? That was my thought. Yeah, it does. Something. I don't know if it matters. I think I'd probably just leave it as a 3 link, to be honest.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Good. Yep. I've played Purifying Flame Totems before. They were great. I liked them. But then I did Conk Path Totems, and that was even better. I was with Old Chieftain back when I had 4 Ascendancy points instead of 3.
The world must be cleansed of impurity. I am the Emperor.
I just thought a lot about it and realized that this might be the first time that MF is thought of as a safe league starter. I mean, MF has been a safe league starter if you do what you're doing for forever, but I don't know if it's like the common opinion yet. Still.
Kneel! Rise! I am the storm. I am the Emperor.
I am the Emperor. I am the storm. Call me anything you want, just not late to dinner. Oops, that's not the way you should have dashed. Well, I dashed at the correct time. In very much the wrong direction. Whoops.
I am no more innocent.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What in damnation have you...
What in damnation have you done? Alright. I need to make coffee. Gonna add starting in a minute anyway. Did you somehow just log in to stream in the middle of this fight? Me? No, we've been streaming for 4 hours. Right, I need coffee. I'll be back in a sec. Which private league is this? Just a random leveling one? Just like a... Oh, Steam! No, there's just some notifications on that I forgot to turn off. I'll eventually remember. I need coffee. Back in a sec. You need to cut around 12 health, so this isn't a proper build. And add 14 mana while you're at it. Right. Yep. First of all, listen to all the reply. Benefit a call. Why do you think MF has guarantee of being game on unsafe strategy? Is accessible is certainly not safe. Well, but those are the same thing. If an average player can't actually build the character that can handle MFing and they try to start MF, they'll have a miserable time.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Imagine trying to start an MF character, but being somebody who averages 10 divines a league with no idea how to fix that. Your character would be terrible, you'd die all of the time, you'd make no money, and you wouldn't be able to kill anything. It'd be miserable. I've tried to find better ways to phrase that, but one of the things I'm very good at is teaching people how to go from nothing to like high-end currency, because playtime isn't the thing. It can be, but if you've got at least 10 hours a week, you're fine. If you've got 10 hours a week, that's fine. That's enough to make good money in Trade League and be able to build whatever you want. And the people who like get helped, that listen, do things that I tell them to do, they end up going from people who make like 2 divine builds to people who make like 30 divine builds, usually in the one league. And then there's a different group of people that are like, I can't do it because of time constraints. It's not my fault. And those people don't want to learn and they never get any better. And that's fine. Can't help that. Cannot help that at all. Where'd I put my motherfucker? My lifeline. The Berglad felt so good. Nice. Surely. Yeah. Wow, we've got many examples of that. We have many examples of people who will listen, learn, and then become rich. Goan's talking about making a mirror in 1 week, but it was only like 3 or 4 leagues ago, I swear to God. Maybe 5 leagues ago?
Just need a
when he knew fucking nothing.
Catch my breath.
He knew nothing. It was broke all the time. I had no idea what the fuck he was doing. No idea. It wasn't that long ago. And then he listened and did the things and adjusted and learned and got better and better. And then it was a very quick progress from, I know nothing, I'm broke, what do I do? To, oh cool, I had a hunter build, I'll make one. It was a very quick progress. The first thing, and the thing that I think everybody should look at, this is entry level. I don't use these anymore, neither will someone like Goan. But if you're someone who doesn't make 20 divines in the first week, at a minimum, then you're at the level where you need to start looking at exclamation mark filter and exclamation mark rich. That's the starting point. That'll bring you from, I'm lucky if I see a divine in the first week, to, oh good, I can easily make 20 divines a week. And that's like the starting point. But that's not my purpose. I mean, the purpose of the game is fun. The purpose of the game is fun, and fun is subjective. I can't teach people how to have fun. Making money doesn't make everybody happy in the video game or in real life. In the world until I get bored and then wait for the next league. Yeah, which is fine. That's absolutely like super valid so long as you're having fun. But I also don't think I've ever heard you complain about not having enough currency. I don't think I've ever heard you be like, "What's the broke? I wish I had more money." Right?
Just need a moment.
Like, the money making advice is for those people who don't think that they can make enough money and they complain about it. And they're like, oh, it's just, you know, how am I ever supposed to get these expensive things? Well, that's who that advice is for. If you want to be getting those expensive things, well, that I can help with. Yeah, you and coffee also. It just seems to not work for, and I can't figure out why. I cannot for the life of me figure out why. I would love to figure that out. Because I'll watch it work for 100 people, but then you and coffee both still not working for it. It's the same thing, and I don't understand. If it was like one league that it didn't work, I'd be like, well, I guess maybe just bad RNG is bad RNG. But I'm very confused. Okay. The damage that these mines do is a little bit, it's a little bit a lot. It's a little bit a lot. little bit a lot.
You deserve. Once Kitava has gobbled up every scrap of Oriath, not all.
I feel like none of my league starts do quite this much damage right now. Like, at all. Probably at best half.
For free. Yes.
Yes.
We're glad
Hopefully
you're learning.
they do not.
Good luck
right?
out there.
It's fucking... It's a lot of fucking damage. It's hard. This is just hard for me to see if I throw random shit into a dumb tab that somebody's gonna buy divines for it. So that's the thing. They usually don't. Shafty. The divine tab is usually my first tab, and I almost never get sales out of that tab. But then they go from the divine tab to like 140 chaos tab, and like 2 or 3 sales happen out of there. And then they go from the 140 tab to the 110 tab, and 3 or 4 sales happen out of there. And then they go from 110 to 85, and then another 4 or 5 sales come out of there. And then they go to the like 19C tab or whatever the lowest one I've got is, and another 4 or 5 things disappear. And I never had to check any of them. Didn't have to price check, didn't have to look, didn't have to do anything. And then whatever comes out of the last tab, I just vendor. So I've still got all my alterations and everything that would normally come from vendoring rares. It's just on a delay a little. Yes. Yep. Sure. You've probably still got a text from me for what I want from there. Do you want a new one? Is it not just right there? Alright. Yep. Too many tabs needed is a legitimate criticism of that method that I do. There's a legitimate criticism and a real problem for anyone who cannot afford to have a few tabs, because it uses like at least 4 or 5 tabs that have to be premium tabs. I don't really have a way around that. Or at least I don't have a way around that that doesn't take way more time. Marching on, I am a warrior, and this is my song. Basic tabs and 1 currency tabs for 3 leagues. I got more than 100 in those leagues. Oh, I can't. I don't even know how to survive without tabs.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot
I need
be
like a mount. I need like a mount. So I can like turn this on. Hi, buddy. He doesn't know what I'm doing with the webcam, so he stares at it. Hi, buddy. He just sits like underneath my desk in his little bed sometimes.
Can I pet that dog? He just sits there in his little bed. You're so cute, buddy. You're so cute. He gets confused when I like point the webcam at him. He just keeps looking at it and doesn't rest though.
There is no...
I'm Captain. Remember?
Is there any effects of being basically inside of a ball of electricity? Electrocution? I don't know. Death?
Tide, wait for no man.
It depends on what? I'm confused. Oh. That's a good question. It's the spot he picked and he kept going to. So I got a little bed and put it where he wanted to be. I never even thought about that though. That's just like the spot he picked. When it was just floor there and he'd curl up there. And I was like, okay, well, I guess that's where I'll put your bed then. Since that's where he wanted to be. But he is next to a UPS. I actually have no idea.
Hello there.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
There's a gate at the top of the hallway, but sometimes it's not fully shut. He just headbutts it open. Okay, where have I missed mobs? So Pathfinder get nerfed. Your guess is literally as good as mine. We'll see. Kind of experiencing. I don't think I'll have to worry about it because he only ever sits here when mum and dad are both out of the house for long enough. It's probably a total of about 2 to 3 hours a week. Usually in like 1 hour periods. He's not like permanently there. So I probably don't have to worry about it.
Just remember, humanity needs us.
I feared for the first time on the time. Nice.
Will you be skulking about?
Nice.
I've managed time and tide,
Grats.
wait for no man.
If not, then will it remain the best ascendancy? I mean,
is it the best ascendancy? Like, is that a thing? Uh-oh. 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 Turns out my gear's trash. And I can't craft resistances on almost anything. Yikes. Have any essences? Very few. Minion damage, physical, fucking 20 life. Okay, let's just... Let's just alk this and see if it becomes better. Fuck you, piece of shit. That's better. I guess we can put fire on it now. Well, alright, I'm just gonna suck then, I guess. I could probably run Purity.
Hail, Godslayer.
But Baylor, why didn't you pick up a leveled one? Shut up, Best Buy. I definitely should have. That'll be fine for now.
Godslayer, good day.
I mean, it takes YouTube membership sucks. Wait, why? Did it not give me a notification or something? No benefits, really? There are no benefits to Twitch sub either. Except emotes.
Not all murders are equal.
Surely you don't get ads.
Just need
Right?
a moment to catch my breath.
I can do the thing. I forgot about the thing.
Good tidings to you.
Oops. There it is. Goodbye, added lightning.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Provide it for you? Nah. I'm good.
Good find, Exile.
It's not like I'm not still doing well. Who needs res cap when everything dies instantly? Thing does too much damage.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
Plus, even without cap, I got 1.4k life, which is like 500 more than I usually have when I start part 2. I normally start part 2 with a little under 1k. Did you see that update from retention? I did not.
Let me teach you the laws of war.
Oh shit.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I just took it home. That must mean it worked out. As far as reasons to vanish go, that's a pretty good one.
The soil wants for your blood no more.
So many fallings. Everybody gets a falling. This run. Whenever you play in Pyroclast, it feels so good that it's hard to imagine Hexblast mines being better. But then you change into Hexblast and it is. You're just like, oh, alright. My bad.
Good tidings to you.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Using an unset ring.
Stay sharp out there.
Without the unset ring, only with one curse. Honestly, Pyroclast is so good, I don't even know if it's worth trying to change into Hexblast until you get a curse on hit of some kind and the ring. The ring that I can't remember the name of. I don't even know if it's worth. You have to run a blasphemy, and then the blasphemy is like awfully small and awkward. I think you just like Pyro works so well. I think you just get both before you change. Unless they add like 10 base radius to blasphemy in the patch notes, because that would change it. That would change my opinion. It's not that it's awkward, it's the area that's awkward, right? Like that's the area of blasphemy when you first get it, without having like woke blasphemy, AoE on the tree, higher level things, right? Like when it's high level, blasphemy is kind of fine, but when you first get it, the blasphemy area is so fucking small. It's just awkward, and I don't know, Pyroclast does really well. I'll just wait until you can do it properly. I think it was in KOE. You can, but its base radius is the problem. So even within KOE, it's still not like great. And that also does affect Blasphemy's mana reservation cost, which is like a little bit awkward already. It's certainly doable if you really wanted to. It's certainly doable if you really wanted to. The thing is, it just seems like a lot of hassle when Pyroclast works this good to begin with anyway. Yeah, Hexblast is better, but like, why would I make my build like awkward to play and require melee range, and when I can just do this until I've got the ring, right?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Okay, so it turns out I need, when I play this, I need someone to pick me up shield charge, because hopefully somebody wants to do library. Is shield charge OP. Just can't buy it myself, that's all. Any idea how much any curse on hit is? One of the two curses available is a totally shit one. Too much, but they're very easy to make. So there are two options. You could either pick up delve rings, which are very cheap but usually shit. You can also pick them up very easily from your own delve. Any fire or cold delve node will have about a 50% chance of dropping you a curse on hit ring, any level. But more importantly, and probably the play if you're in trade, is Reforge Caster. Reforge Caster on any influence ring that can hold it is like super easy to hit curse and hit rings. Really easy.
Not you! On my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again!
So, you're dead, are you? Yeah, you are. Cool.
Die and be reborn!
Confirming I was anyways, that fits. Nice. Yeah, if you have a look at like Craft of Exile and you look at Influenced Rings, Reforged Caster is quite often either the only or one of like only 2 or 3 total things that it could roll. So it's usually really easy to hit one. Significantly harder to hit like a really good ring that also has a curse on hit. But that's not what you're after on day one. You're after... We run the build assuming that there's going to be no other useful mod on the ring at all. You just need a curse on hit. Right? You just want curse on hit. Anything after that is a bonus. Desperate times, desperate circumstances, you could use Ellie Weak Curse on Hit gloves. You'd much rather not. It causes some other problems because of the... Like, you don't actually want it to be Ellie Weak, but... Like, desperate early, you could... Also desperate early, you can just use Dread Arch.
Just need a
the
moment to
axe,
catch my breath.
Mace, whatever it is, to get flammability.
Aberrath.
But yeah, I mean, look at what I'm doing on just 4 Lincoln solo self-found league start gear. Like, how desperate could you be? Don't get me wrong, Hexblast is great, and I want to change into it, but like,
Forest clearing.
we're not struggling.
I don't think I need to be doing that right now.
When you're doing the boss practice? During the league. The rest of the fat boss. This is easier to fight a boss than I was expecting. Yeah, SRS is good for that. Torn between Poisonous or Exile Hexblast? Me too! I think I'm going with Hexblast because, and only because, I've done Poison SRS like 5 times. And I've never done Hexblast. That's the decision making. But that's like the only reason. It was the only reason I was capable of making any decision at all. Whoa. I didn't realize I was getting hit at all. Not gonna lie. There we go. If you hadn't played SRS a bunch of times, which of the two would you play? I have no idea. Both really good options. I think Radio Sentinel is going to be an adjustment new league. I've never played a Guardian. It seems so smooth to start with. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going to get adjusted. I don't think Sentinel of Radiance actually needs a huge nerf once you're like mapping and whatnot. But I will say that its ability to just walk through the campaign like it does is the most bullshit thing I've ever seen in my life. If anything, it might need a little bit of a nerf to its early potential. But like, when you're level 80 and in maps, it's not insane. It's not insane at all. It doesn't really need a nerf. It's pretty good, but not like insane. When are the patch notes? Like 3 days.
Rislatha.
Even faster than campaign code good builds. I mean it's
Release this land to the
it's capped for speed like many other builds are. It will clear and do everything as quick as you can run. As quick as you can go. However quick you can walk. There are a lot of builds that are at that stage where they just clear the campaign as quick as you can get there. And so that's why I'm really not that worried about it. Like, is it the most bullshit leveling thing I've ever seen? Yeah. But it really only brings your act time up to as fast as you're capable of moving through the act, which is already the cap. So I don't know if it really matters. And then it's not really OP at all in the end game. It's just like decent. So, meh.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I need a good green link for Holy Flame Totem. Any ideas? Chance to poison. Doesn't matter how you're scaling damage. Chance to poison is really, really good. Break your mama's back. Up.
The Brand King. His time has almost come. Then hope will be...
Just come up with a play style.
Please, take the black flag.
I kind of get that until I started playing Hexblast. And then the playstyle is just like any other spell in existence. Because Hexblast has this large area where it just auto-targets anything on your screen. And detonates on left click and you never think about it. So you just right click and the screen explodes. It's just a spell build. It's just like anything else. It doesn't even need like chains or worrying about detonation sequences or anything like that. You just cast.
Exile. This one is captured. I now will take it.
And we're finally getting split trade currency window. Yep. But did you notice the flask? Look at the video again.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
This thing could just be one. Like, as I hate escort quests under the best of circumstances, but why are there two? Why would there ever have been two? Like, why? Who makes the decision? Yeah, we're gonna make people do the little escort, the thing that everyone has always hated for the last 30 years. But you know what would make it better? You know what would make it better than that? Better than the thing everyone's hated for 30 years? Because we can't just do that. It's been terrible forever in every game. We can't just put it in. I know what would make it better. Twice. Do it twice. Fucking what? Twice. Why am I even doing this once?
So you're the shape. Don't it?
More escort quests in PoE 2? No. No, there'll be no escort quests in PoE 2. They've surely learned by now that no one's ever had fun doing an escort quest. Well, that being said, no one's ever had fun having to talk to a well in town to refresh their consumables. But we're putting a well in for some reason to give us flasks back instead of just happening automatically. Because someone thought that was a fucking idea. So... honestly, I don't think we'll actually get the well, by the way. I honest to God do not think the well will make it into PoE 2. Absolutely nobody wants it. No one. Not a single person.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh, well, that's at the boss room, one use only. That's going to be rough because they're resetting all the bosses. Right? If you die in the boss fight, there's no corpse rushing the boss. It just resets to full use to start again. Which, that part I love, by the way. Hate it? Yeah, that's, some people are gonna hate that. I love it. I love that bit. I love that bit, and I am somebody who regularly dies on bosses. It is going to be my problem. It is absolutely going to be my problem.
So dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
It'll reset you back to the start of the arena, and then you will need to portal back to town to use the well to get your flasks back.
I need more pockets.
Born of ocean's mire, and death washed clean of dung.
How did you? Hold on, Tiek. Now, always keep your eye.
Remember, humanity needs us.
I'm assuming that those will be league-wide. I'm assuming those will be league-wide. Because they're not optional bosses in PoE2, they're all mandatory bosses.
Ah, the relic that will keep your wits about.
Or, alternatively, Spirit is just 2 mana. No, Spirit is for reservations. Or, alternatively, the map versions of those bosses could also just count. So you could just fucking power through and get them in maps. But even if that's the case, I still only want to do it once. Even if that's the case, I still only want to do it once. Yeah. Stats, life, mana, spirit. All sorts of things. Image of the cloak in his stash already. In my last run, I dropped it in ranking. Like in the ranking zone.
Stay true to you.
No, the new classes is a fantastic thing. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, I didn't think anyone thought new classes was a bad move. That is such a unique take.
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt! Great job, Exile. I now will take the captured beast to the menagerie.
Hail!
I don't know to be happy. Right, but... Oh, excuse me. Fucking hell. Why am I so goddamn tired? Have you considered getting a good night's sleep, fuckwit? Just like once? Interruptions amazing. See, I don't have a hang up. I'll always pick female if I get to pick. If I get to pick, I'll always pick female. But I'm always picking my class based on what the class actually offers. Not. And it's not going to be like a deal breaker for me. Like if I can pick a girl character, I'm going to pick a girl character. But if my class only comes in dude, that's fine too. Right, phrasing. If my class only comes in dudes. Hey, whatever. It's fine. Wait, man, I'm actually a druid going to be in bear form all the time. Isn't there other forms as well? There are other forms as well, right? Not just bear. Because I'm like the least interested in bear form. Bear form is like the thing everybody does. Everybody does bear forms. It's not just like bear, cat, bird, is it? Because that's some pretty standard shit.
Greeting.
A wolf was shown. See, wolf. Now, wolf druids. I'm on board with. I like wolf druids. I think those are cool.
Farewell. Hello.
I'm cool with wolves. If it's not a crab, what's the point? I just want an emu druid? An emu? Them things are fucking dangerous. I don't think I've ever heard anyone ask for an emu druid before. What if they sold you an emu druid MTX for a different form? I only log in tonight to see myself show up on the stream to do something first. That was hours ago. Did you watch the beginning of the VOD? I've been here since the beginning. Oh, right. I think go down here first, yeah.
Just need a moment.
First of all, I think we're gonna have another form of corruption on our gear. I was thinking very similar to that, but not quite. I was thinking on our gems.
Hello to you, great dreamer.
Gem skill trees? The three forms are cat, wolf, bear. Also an ascendancy specific werecat. Okay, well, I want to be a werecat. Thanks. That's actually the one. I'm gonna be a werecat. I don't know what it is or what it does, but I want to be a werecat. You mean like +10 flat cold and a corruption for a gem? No, I mean like I afflict fireball and it now does lightning damage. We're gonna be drinking it and turning into
Not all
Corol.
blood are equal.
Wait, your balls are on fire? Not since the early 2000s. I've been pretty careful.
Just need a moment.
Valblight is now a cold dot. Hexblast is now completely cold, and I'm gonna put a heat shiver on.
How be you?
SRS is a 50% chance to poison on hit. No, SRS is just base chaos damage instead of fire. Suddenly, scaling plus level of minions matters way more. Suddenly, all that base damage, that's fire that goes to waste, isn't going to waste anymore. With that much additional added chaos, it's entirely possible that you don't even run the Envy Sword anymore, and you get to wear a real wand with +2 and trigger on it, or something cool like that. Righteous Fire is now Righteous Fire is now a lightning damage over time ability, and still scales with fire damage over time multi, but it's just a lightning damage over time, and it deals lightning damage to you now. You can now whirling blades with any weapon. Whirling blades' attack speed is based on your cast speed modifier. Tornado Shot no longer gains primary projectiles. All extra projectiles are now secondary projectiles. How's that work? I don't know if that would be good, but it would be interesting.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Friday's not Thursday, it's Friday for us because we're Australian. Or New Zealand. It's Thursday for a lot of the world.
Ranakesh.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum-ba-ba-ba.
1 minute. 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 1 min
You... What? Fare you well.
Yes, there's an Asmir. Farewell.
Greetings. Fare you well.
Apparently for that 6-day heat that we just went through. Yeah, it's been fucking hot here too. Ridiculously hot. I didn't even know we were in a heat wave. But I'm not shocked. -20 here. That's Jesus. It's stinking hot here. Stinking hot. Tis time. Tis time. I'm gonna try and get some actual sleep by going to bed early tonight. Oh, we got 3 more days of like relaxed short streams. 3 more days, and then we're into like exciting times. I will see everybody tomorrow. Yes, we will be getting patch notes on Friday as well. They haven't actually outright said that in a post, but it's been like the last 6 leagues or something that we get patch notes the same day as the announcement, right at the end. That's like standard now. We can just assume that's happening. They didn't like explicitly tell us. Just like they don't explicitly tell you that you have to open a door before you walk through it. It's just, that's just part of the deal now.